third council meeting. Here we are in May already. I can't believe it. My grandson just walked up from Monterey High and he's got a month left. It's just, you can't keep track of the time. So we welcome you and we'll get right into our meeting. But the first thing we're going to do is to ask our illustrious city clerk, Clementine, to explain how people can participate in our meeting.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. The City of Monterey is committed to the safe attendance of its public meetings. Masks are strongly recommended for all who attend in person, regardless of vaccination status, except those who are younger than 2 years old or have a medical condition that prevents wearing a mask. Attendees in the council chamber, please keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference in the meeting. And there are 2 ways to virtually participate in today's meeting. You may join us using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864 and enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 #. And if prompted to enter a participant ID, press #. Detailed instructions on using Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You will need to do both. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. We will call on each public speaker in the order of their hand raised. Please stay within the time limit established for today's meeting, and a countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast channel 25 up to 90 seconds delay. And we look forward to receiving your public comment.
Thank you. Well said. And also mute your rat terrier. We're going through these meetings as well. So we're very happy to welcome everybody in the council chambers. I can see Council Member Dan Albert, Council Member Tyler Williamson, Council Member Ed Smith, and Councilmember Alan Hoffa is joining us by Zoom, as well as your Mayor, Clyde Roberson. And the first item on our agenda is extraordinarily exciting and a wonderful celebration. And talking about time flying, here we have the first anniversary of Casa de Noche Buena. And without further ado, let's celebrate together with a presentation, and I will turn it over to our impressive city manager, Hans Bussler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have online 2 representatives, Robin McCrae from CHS and from Gathering from Women. It's Stacy with us. And I think Robin will start the presentation. With that, hand it over to Robin.
Excellent, and welcome. We're so glad that you're here to share your celebration with us.
Thank you. So I have the PowerPoint presentation, Mayor, and I don't know if I also provided it. Will it
Yes.
be, do you want me to share my screen, or will someone at the City Council chambers play the presentation?
All right, good question. Clementine or Nat?
It would be great if you could share your screen. If not, I can jump over and get it shared too.
Okay, Robin, so you have the power and the power presentation. You could go ahead and share your screen.
Can everyone see the presentation?
Yes, we can. Hallelujah.
Great. Okay, and Stacy, I hope you will join in the presentation as we go along. But I know Stacy and I are really excited to be here to share with everyone information and news about success in our first year of operating Casa de Noche Buena as partners. We opened on January 19th, 2021. And it was during the pandemic, obviously, and it was just during a horrendous rain and a horrendous storm. So we were pleased to open our doors in time to welcome new guests into the shelter. As I mentioned earlier, Casa de Noche Buena is operated in partnership between Community Human Services and Gathering for Women. It represents the first homeless shelter of its kind, specifically for women and families on the Monterey Peninsula. And our partnership represents 61 years of combined experience between our 2 organizations.
Robin, my apologies for interrupting. Is it possible for you to go into presentation mode so we can see the whole slide here? Is that possible? Yeah, there you go. Thank you
There
so
we go. Much better. Okay. So Casa de Noche Buena is located at 1292 Olympia Avenue in Seaside. It's pictured there on the screen. We rehabilitated a county building that we are leasing for free from the county for 10 years. We used HEAP funding and donations to do $1.3 million in renovations. The shelter now consists of 9 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, a dining room, classroom, laundry room, kitchen, lounge, offices, and a newly landscaped backyard, and a lobby recreation area. You'll see more of it as we go along. The services provided include housing navigation, linkages to employment education, mainstream benefits, referrals to ancillary services. And we also provide children-specific activities on site, since we do have families with children at the shelter. The program can serve up to 35 people. That's the maximum capacity. And it all really depends on the sizes of the families and the ages of the children. We are operating at a slightly reduced capacity during COVID. So our capacity is generally around between 20 and 24, depending again on the sizes of the families. And per the shelter overlay zone, people can stay at the shelter for up to 90 days with an additional 90 days if there's a written justification. The maximum stay then would be 6 months. We offer, in addition to the shelter, meals and case management, and Gathering for Women prepares the meals. And I don't know, Stacy, if you want to jump in. And they also provide case management for the women, and CHS provides case management for the families.
So we're providing meals 7 days a week, 3 meals a day, and they're all healthy and good for the children, and so they can grow up and be strong and good members of our community.
So to be eligible to enter the shelter, you need to either be a single female, meeting the federal definition of homelessness, 18 years of age or older, and living alone without custody of children, and be able to participate and benefit from the program in some capacity. Or you can be a family with children, which you also need to meet the federal definition of homelessness. There can be 1 or 2 parents plus 1 or more children. And you have to also have the ability to participate in and benefit from the program. And what you're seeing there is the residents planted a flower garden earlier in this year, and we incorporated that into the newly landscaped yard as well. So I need to go back. I don't know how to, there we go. There are very few barriers to admission, but we are a low barrier housing first shelter, which means only a history of violence, if you're a danger to yourself or others, if you're a registered sex offender, or if you're just unwilling or unable to abide by shelter rules. Otherwise, you will be eligible to attend the shelter. So during COVID-19, we accepted requests from guests for admission into the shelter by phone. We're still doing that. That was the initial way that we filled up, plus we're still doing admissions by phone. We do an initial phone screening to determine eligibility, collect sort of the basic information. When rooms become available, staff will contact people on the list to update their eligibility and conduct an initial assessment for COVID symptoms and schedule an in-person intake. And on the day of the intake, the guest arrives ready to move in. They complete their intake processing, review the handbook and the rules. They're provided with COVID education and prevention materials, and they move into the facility. And right now, all callers are being placed on a waiting list after the initial eligibility screening, because our capacity is limited, and we have about 250 people on the waiting list, which is just shocking.
Mm-hmm.
We are operating sort of as a modified shelter in place. Vaccinated guests complete the COVID screening and they're admitted without testing or restriction. However, non-vaccinated guests are rapid tested. If they are negative, they're admitted. And then we schedule a PCR test within the next few days. And they have to isolate in their room for 3 to 5 days until the PCR test comes back negative. When guests leave the shelter for any reason, they sign in and out with name, date, and the purpose of their absence. They're asked to keep their absences to necessity and time limited. And guests are very cooperative in this regard. And every time a guest returns, they wash their hands with soap and water or use hand sanitizer, complete a symptom screening questionnaire, have their temperature taken and recorded, and are screened again for drugs, alcohol, or weapons. Again, we have had no problems, virtually none. So everything is operating very smoothly. So our statistics after our first year. In year one, we served 61 people, 26 women and 11 families. The 11 families had 35 people in them. We provided almost 5,500 bed nights, 16,416 nutritious meals. 45 people were discharged, and the outcomes were very positive. Permanent housing, 71% or 32 people moved into permanent housing, 4 moved into transitional, 2 moved into other shelter, and 7 returned to homelessness. So the ones returning to homelessness, it's not always by choice. Sometimes they've run out of time. It's the end of their 6 months. They've done a lot of work. For example, they may have recovered all of their personal identifying documents that they need to get jobs and housing. They may have found employment and started savings. They may have qualified for and received a voucher, but haven't yet located a landlord. But we do have this shelter overlay restriction that we will be looking into. But right now, people are limited to 6 months, and we do have a little wiggle room, kind of, a little bit, but we are abiding by the overlay ordinance. And so we might be able to improve our outcomes if we can have a little longer time with the people at the shelter. So here's a view of our newly landscaped backyard. What it was a parking lot with a fence around it. And the parking lot had potholes and dirt patches. So this is a far cry better than what we had. Most of this was paid for from private grants. I would say probably 2/3 of it by private grants, and then 1/3 of it was donated by P&M Landscaping. So they did contribute to make this happen. The playhouse was donated by Pebble Beach Company Foundation. The children love it out here. They play in the playhouse. They play on the little turf area. There's planter boxes over on the right-hand side, which hopefully you'll see in a minute. And we've even had some special events out here. We had our open house out here and invited the community to come see the shelter. Here are more views, and there's the gentleman from P&M Landscape. Bottom left are the planter boxes that will be filled with plant starts. We have volunteers that are gathering for women volunteers who are master gardeners who are going to come in and work with the children and the women to plant the gardens. More pictures of the backyard. And that does it for our presentation. Although if you have any questions, feel free to contact me, Stacy, or Elsa Guillen, our program manager. And that's the information where you can contact her.
Good. Well, thank you very much, Robin and Stacy, for not only Casa Noche Buena, but everything else that you do. The Gathering for Women, I know, is very successful. And I think one of the things, whenever we drive by, we always think about sheltering for women, possibly more. And I know we're looking at an East Downtown project, I think co-sponsored by both of you. And then I wanted to see if Alan Hoffa, our council member who served on the CHS board. Alan, I'm sure you'd like to share some thoughts.
Well, yeah. First of all, I just want to really thank Robin for her leadership on this. You know, 10 years ago, I think we had the homelessness in Monterey symposium. And one of the things that became clear was just the need for shelter for women in particular and for families. And of course, Gathering for Women has done a great job of stepping into that space and helping women, but we didn't have a shelter. And so to see the two groups come together and collaborate and get this done is such a great benefit to our community. And I'm just really appreciative of the progress that we're making. We still have a long ways to go. I just also wanted to remind the viewers that Community Human Services is a nonprofit that the city is actually a member of. We have representation on that board. I've been the representative, and I think Dan and Tyler are my alternates now. But that's, I think, really important. So anyway, Robin, thank you. And Stacy, thank you. You're doing great work. And a 71%, transition to permanent housing is huge. Anybody who's worked in that field knows that is. And let's keep it up. Thank you.
Good. And as always, Alan, Councilmember Alan, thank you for your service on that. It's been a long time you've been on that. Thank you for much. And don't go anywhere. All right, any other council comments before I let our good friends go?
Yes, Ms. Mayor, thank you. Robin, Stacy, thank you very much. I appreciate all the work that you do. Just looking at the statistics that were on one of the slides, and I don't have a conclusion. I just have a question that I think is right up your alley. In terms of the percentage of the ones that chose to go back to homelessness, I would suspect that that was a case of there were no other alternatives for them to stay in the program, or they had economic challenges and could not find housing to, fit. But if you look at just the raw data, it might tell us that we have a problem. And that problem is that you had almost 24% that went through the program that went back to homelessness. I guess it's a question of, I don't want to guess at the answer, but I want to give you an opportunity to say what you're doing in the program that is attacking that 24% that went back to homelessness. Because it seems to me that that's where the opportunity is. That the opportunity is and this is not a failure, but those are numbers that stand out, is that those are people that were not able to move on to something else and could not qualify to stay. So I'd like to hear more about how the program adjusts and goes to address the future strategies. Since this is new, what's the new strategies that helps to address the high percentage, in this example, the 24%? And I say that without laying blame at all. I say that I acknowledge that there's still a problem. And I'd like to hear more about that.
So the reason is individual as, the individuals, they all have different reasons. Some individuals need more mental health services than we can possibly provide, and they receive referrals, and we link them to services, and they refuse services, and they eventually, because they can't get along with other people in the shelter, they just decide they want to go back and live in their car or live wherever they were living. And we really don't have any control over that, except for to offer them services and to try and keep linking them with services. Some of the people that returned to homelessness ran out of time. The overlay zone lets them stay there 6 months, and they may have gone on to get housing after that, but they're not included in our numbers. So not everyone who returned to homelessness was necessarily by choice, and not necessarily ultimately a bad outcome. But so it really does depend person to person on the reasons why. But ultimately they have free will and choice to do what they want. So sometimes it's just a matter of, we keep trying over and over to hook them up with the appropriate services, but sometimes people choose not to make themselves, take opportunity of those services.
Yeah.
Stacy, I don't know if you want to add anything.
I do. One of the things that I think also is part of the issue, and one of the things that we've been working at Gathering for Women, is advocating for more funding for affordable housing and other options like Project Home Key, Project Room Key. When they go looking for housing, there's just not much available, particularly on the peninsula, as you know, and even with just 22 on average of people in the shelter, that's only a tip of the iceberg. And so I think it's working at all angles of affordable housing, of different ways of getting people off the streets, and getting more funding from the state, and really dealing with the problem.
Yeah, thank you very much. And all appropriate answers that I appreciate. I know it's a complex problem, and I also appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that sometimes you can't force people to stay. They do have free will and choice, and they're gonna make the decision that's best for whatever their impulses are. And sometimes you can't offer the services for some, and those are the ones that we see the most, that public services are constantly serving on a daily basis, because they're still there and still in the public's eye. So I appreciate all your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Ed.
Mayor, if I may.
Oh, please, Councilmember Tyler.
So one of the things that I've heard a lot about over the years, and I keep getting pulled back towards advocacy on messaging around homelessness, is housing first type of models. And I know that that's a little bit of a challenge in our county. So I wonder how you both feel in regards to that mantra as a policy initiative. But it makes me think of the two examples that you gave, Robin, in regards to the two categories that were identified with Councilmember Smith's question. So the first was that there seems to be a group that has some mental health issues, and perhaps they're just not willing to receive the services that are being offered. And at the end of the day, I think that everybody in our community would prefer not to have them living on the streets. So their mental health, their conflicts with mental health shouldn't prevent them from being able to be housed. And so I wonder your thoughts there. And then the category of folks that they were completing the paperwork, but just didn't get around to finishing it. I'm wondering if is part of the issue there that they weren't able to slide into that other category of other shelter or transitional housing because there wasn't enough beds available in those categories. So that's my first question here.
I would just like to clarify that it's not necessarily that they didn't get around to finishing their paperwork. They may have done everything possible, and they're still looking for a landlord to accept a voucher, which, as Stacy knows, it can be very difficult. That I know the coalition is working on a landlord incentive program to provide information, education, and actual financial incentives for landlords to accept the Section 8 affordable housing vouchers, but they're not there yet. So, but yeah, it could be that they've timed out, essentially, are still looking for someone to take their voucher, and there are no openings at either another shelter or a transitional housing when they need it. So things are just so scarce, and our case managers do an excellent job, but the resources are limited. Did I answer your question, or was it a two-part?
Yeah, there was this kind of general idea of housing first, and I'm just wondering your thoughts on that as well.
Well, I think the research shows housing first can have very positive outcomes. You know, it is problematic if people who are actively using substances, for example, damage a property, then landlords are less willing to take Section 8 vouchers in the future. So that we're also working on sort of restoring landlords' property damage to keep them on our good side, if you will. But again, that program hasn't been worked out completely yet. But on the other hand, if you give people housing first and they're safe, you know where they are, you have easier access to them, and you can continue to work on them to assess their needs and connect them with services that they might find helpful.
If I can add to that, Robin, just out of our own experience, we had one regular guest of ours that was homeless for about 5 years, and she went into the shelter and she had some difficulty having lived in her truck for 5 years. She just wasn't accustomed to being indoors, honestly, and being around people. And so she left on her own volition. And 1 week later, she found her own housing because she realized she really didn't want to be on the streets anymore. She wanted to be housed. And so she's now living in a beautiful apartment. It's a senior complex and it's got a nice garden on the side and painting classes and all sorts of things. And we see her about every 2 weeks. She comes in to check in, and it's just great that happened. But I don't think it would have happened if she hadn't been in the shelter.
I appreciate both responses, and Stacy, thanks for sharing the story, because the stories are really helpful towards having that context. Last quick question. You were identifying that folks that are eligible are eligible under the federal definition of homelessness. And I was wondering if you can differentiate that between the federal definition and what others might categorize as homelessness. I know that the school district, as an example, uses couch surfing, living in a car. I wonder how those fall into what the federal definition is.
There are actually 4 different categories, and they're quite specific. So I don't think I could do it by memory. But essentially, it has to be you sleep in a place that's not fit for human habitation. And then there's one that's imminent risk for homelessness, which is another category, which is where doubled up in, more than one family in a house or couch surfing would fit. Then there's fleeing from domestic violence as well. So those are some general rules, but there are other specifics that people should really look at if they want to know the exact definition.
Okay, thank you both again for all your work in which you all do.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for the excellent questions and answers. And I know that our city is very happy to be a partner with CHS and a donator to Gathering for Women, and we will continue to look at those opportunities to work together. It's all about teamwork and partnerships. So we thank you so much. And you're welcome to attend the rest of our meeting, but I'm guessing you have more pressing things you'd like to do. So Robin and Stacy, thank you once again. We very much appreciate you.
We very much appreciate the city's support.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Okay. Public comments. This would be anyone in the public who would like to speak, for a maximum of 3 minutes, on anything within the jurisdiction of the Monterey City Council and something not on the agenda. If you'd like to talk to something on the agenda, please wait until that item comes up. And if you would leave a contact, either online, offline, make a phone call, or do a suggest@monterey.org, you will get a response from our amazing staff on any questions that you bring up. So with that, I'll turn it back over to our illustrious city clerk to see if we have anyone online who wants to share general public comments.
Mr. Mayor, no one is approaching in the chamber, and we have no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, we'll close public comments. Then let's go right ahead to our consent items. Was there anybody in the public who wanted to speak to that? Or any that we know of anything being pulled, or a council member who wants to pull anything or make a comment about our consent? So we'll open the floor to any of the above.
Mayor, if there's not anybody on Zoom, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Thank you. We'll wait a moment. Clementine, anyone?
No one is attempting to speak on this one either.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve consent. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, for me, that passes 5-0. All right, so we will go ahead and jump to item 10. And we had, this was respect to ADUs and exempting ADUs and R3s so they could go up to 25 feet. And at our last meeting, I and other council members expressed some thoughts and concerns about impacts on R1 zones next to R3. So I'm very grateful that our staff went back and did a really good report and pointed out that the amount of impacts is very slight because there were very, very few properties or parcels R1 abutting R3. And then secondly, I believe that with the ADUs being under the Architectural Review Committee discretionary review, that would give anybody impacted the opportunity to speak to the ARC, possibly appeal any decisions. So it looks like the safeguards are there. I don't think we necessarily need, any council members need a presentation? If not, I'd like just to go council questions, and I'll start with mine as Chris, thank you. I'm not trying to short circuit your presentation, but I have a drop dead, have to leave at 4:45, but I'll be back this evening. So the safeguards that we're looking at, one, just explain the minimal number of potential conflicts. Then secondly, the role of the Architecture Review Committee in this process.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so what we're looking at with this ordinance again is to allow, well, the current ordinance for ADUs does allow ADUs to go up to 25 feet in the R3 zone. And we require the Architectural Review Committee to review those projects. Applicants have to construct story poles and netting. The city sends notices to neighbors within 100 feet. The netting also serves as a form of noticing to those who do not receive a notice. And that way, once they get those notices, they're aware of the scheduled Architectural Review Committee meeting, and they can provide written comments or come to that meeting to express any sort of concern that they have. And we frequently work with neighbors on these types of, not specifically ADUs, but all sorts of development projects that need to go to the ARC.
Good. And a follow-up, Chris, does that go through the process where it's appealable to Planning Commission and Council?
That's correct. Yes. Decision by the ARC would be appealable to the Planning Commission, and any appeals of the Planning Commission would go to the Council.
Okay, thanks. And again, I do appreciate that background work because it certainly ameliorated many of my concerns. Other council questions before we go to the public? Okay.
Good question, Mayor.
All right, and that's Council Member Tyler. Thank you. I know you're in the council chamber, so I'm counting on hype to make sure we know who wants to speak. Please go ahead, Council Member Tyler.
I just wanted to clarify in the staff report there, and I might be in the staff report, I might be misreading it, but I just want to clarify. So at one point it had stated, I'm trying to find it real quick. Give me 1 second. So if the property contains a single family home on an R3 parcel, only one ADU would be allowed on site. For garages attached to the single family home, a junior ADU can be developed. So there was one there. So this spot is saying that there could be two, but I think there was another spot where it said that there could be one. Could you just clarify in regards to what the current policy is before we implement any changes that are being made?
Sure. So the current policy at sites that contain a single family dwelling, that the owner could develop one ADU and one JADU. A JADU is conversion of existing space. And as you mentioned, often people convert their attached garage or another room in their home. At multifamily properties, property containing a multi-unit building, they can do a number of different options. It's either convert up to 25% of the total units with a minimum of one ADU. So example, eight existing units, they could do 2 ADUs. Or they could build 2 detached ADUs separate from the existing building.
Okay, thank you. That's it
All
for me.
right. Thank you. Good clarification. Any public comment, either in the chambers or online?
No, sir.
All right, we'll bring it back to the city council, close public comment. I'll move second approval of the second reading.
I'll
Second.
All right, without further ado, roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Again, thank you for the clarification and the staff work. It was very educational, very incisive. Thank you, Chris, Planning Department, because I think it did, as I said earlier, just mollify some of the concerns that we might have. So we thank you so much. So with that, it looks like we're going to adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you shortly on a different link.
Recording in progress.
Well, we give a warm welcome to anyone who's watching this live and in the council chambers, and even those who may watch it later on their computer. We're always appreciate having our citizens join our excellent staff and your caring council to take care of some of the city's business. Before we call the meeting to order, let's go ahead and have our still illustrious city clerk share with people how they can participate in this hybrid meeting.
Yes.
Clementine?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city of Monterey is committed to the safe attendance of its public meetings. Masks are strongly recommended for all who attend in person, regardless of vaccination status, except those who are younger than 2 years old or have a medical condition that prevents wearing a mask. Attendees in the chamber, please keep devices and phones muted to prevent audio interference. And there are 2 ways to virtually participate in today's meeting. You may join us using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864 and enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 #. And if prompted to enter a participant ID, press #. Detailed instructions on using Zoom are available at monterey.org/public-meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9, and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You will need to do both. Public commenters will be muted until it's their turn to speak. I'll call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the time limit established for today's meeting, and a countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, that timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast Channel 25 up to 90 seconds delay. And we look forward to receiving your public comment.
Thank you. Well done as always. And would you do one more thing, and that is introduce your caring city council, please?
Yes, Councilmember Albert.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Williamson.
Here.
And Mayor Roberson.
And here as well. And you folks can tell that we have 3 members in the council chambers and 2 of us online, but we're all together through the magic of modern technology. And finally, Clementine, as we call the meeting to order, would you please show our flag normally over Colton Hall?
It's giving me an error playing the video, Mr. Mayor. Maybe we can do it to the real flag.
Yes, since we are in the council chambers, we can do that to the flag. Very good. So please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States
of
America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You got 19 versions there.
That's the next technological breakthrough, is when our cell phones and computers can have multiple people speak at one time. They haven't figured that one out yet, evidently. So that will be the day. Then all the choirs of the world will be able to sing together online instead of each person recording individually, and then have some guru actually mix the whole thing together. So one of these days, but I digress. I hardly ever do that. The next item is continued public comments. No one spoke this afternoon, so I don't need to tell you that. But if you'd like to talk about anything not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the city council, this is your opportunity. You have a 3-minute limit. And if you'd like a response, you can contact our staff, individual staff members, or suggest at monterey.org, and you will get a very prompt response from our outstanding city staff. With that, anyone in the chambers wanting to address the council?
Hi, how you doing? Hello, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Lance Kohler. I'm the co-chair for the Handrail Business Association. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right. After reviewing the proposed city budget, we as an association urge the council to carefully review the city staff proposal to cancel the $10,500 in BID funds to all districts. We're speaking not only for the CRBA, but also all the other BIDs that depend on this money for their annual projects. The city has a vested interest in these districts and needs to continue to support them and allow all districts to thrive. Specifically, the Cannery Row area provides a large percentage of the revenue in TOT, sales tax, and parking revenues. So increased business in our district equals more money to city coffers. Increased business also depends on repeat visitors, and a negative experience due to cleanliness, safety, or stagnant historic programs will deter people from returning. The CRBA has created a positive partnership with the city over the years, and disinvesting in the BID funding, free parking programs, trolley service, and others erode some of the goodwill that we have with the city. The BID pays for services that the city should be providing, such as porter and power wash programs. This is a benefit to the city. If these services are reduced, it'll have a negative impact on our district's abilities to uphold cleanliness standards. Cannery Row specifically has come a long way since implementing the BID and have created a clean and safe destination that is welcoming to visitors. Removing the proposed funding does not allow us to continue to build on our continued positive impacts. The money the city would save by eliminating the BID funding is minor and could alienate the business community and the small business owners. We have been good stewards of the money that have been received, and the partnership with the city has been successful to this point. Why encourage people to come to our city and not have it in the best possible condition? The CRBA truly hopes that the council will be mindful of what these funds mean to all the business districts within the city of Monterey and ensure that they remain in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance, for your comments.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
Hi, everybody. My name is Christina Riddock. I am president of the Lighthouse District. I'm also a member of the Cannery Row District, and I'm also a business owner in both locations. I'm concerned about the proposed removal of the city contribution of the Business Improvement District funds. This money is critical for the businesses in the city to stay connected with the community. I've just recently become president of the Lighthouse District and enjoy the connection I have developed with the city planner and the city council member for our district. I was looking forward to finding new and different ways of connecting the community with the businesses. We're just a small community on Lighthouse, but we're such a big thoroughfare, and I think represent the city. Putting more focus on locals and diversifying our mix of clients. Lighthouse is full of unique and locally owned businesses and has something for everyone. If there are no funds, this cannot be achieved. Coming out of the pandemic, I feel we need to support and help promote our businesses and not limit them. I ask the council to please continue to support the business districts, which brings businesses to community and the city together. And I thank you. Thank everybody for their consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any further speakers.
And is there anyone online?
No.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate that. And then, of course, the public comments relate to our budget, and we'll have plenty of hearings to discuss our budget coming up. So we look forward to your continued participation. So meanwhile, announcements from closed session, please.
Yes, the item 1 on the closed session, which was a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, City of Arcata et al., including City of Monterey versus Pacific Gas and Electric Company. On a unanimous roll call vote, the council gave confidential direction to its legal counsel. And on the other 2 items, one of which was a performance evaluation for the city attorney, and the second one was a labor negotiation with all of the city groups. No reportable action was taken on those two items.
All right, good. Thank you. And back to, here we go, agenda. And here we go. Come on. I'm still here. I'm flipping from cell to cell here. Here we go. Let's go to our public hearing. And that's an ordinance to amend the city code chapter to establish bicycle equipment rentals, and in particular in 2 or 3 areas within the city. And this, I know, was brought forth by a couple of bicycle rental companies, excellent entrepreneurs who are providing wonderful service and wanted to expand. And so they came through the city and went through the process of the planning staff and planning commission, and is arriving here with the recommendation before us. And I think it's important to take a quick look at our value drivers that pertain to this. And that is talking about, in collaboration with our community partners, to work to improve the quality of life of all of our community members by fostering diversity, equity, and inclusion, championing equitable access to affordable housing, and maintaining a safe environment, and also expand opportunities for people of all ages and abilities to walk safely through active transportation accessibility, safety initiatives, and of course, climate action. Now, the more that we can get people on bicycles, not only at rentals, but commuting and just really getting around town as much with bicycles, this is going to help our environment. So we have several value drivers that this pertains to. With that, we'll have a brief presentation, and I'll ask our still impressive city manager to introduce his incredible planning department, who will, I'm sure, make a presentation for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You set it up perfectly. And since we just had the representatives from the Canary Row Business Improvement District and also the Lighthouse Business District here, I just think back about a year ago or 1.5 years ago. Interestingly enough, bicycle shops shot up into the top producers of sales tax at the moment when the biggest losses were in our other traditional businesses, because everyone wanted to go outside and everyone felt safe on a bike. And you could see in the individual sales tax reporting that our residents and visitors really flocked to the bicycle shops, bought bicycles, and you might even recall that we had a shortage on supply and bicycles at that time. So it's interesting that those businesses now, or one business is partnering with another business to ask for bicycle rental, and it fits perfectly also into the business model that really helped us out during a time when a lot of other sales tax was really low. They had really impressive numbers. So with that, Matthew Bogert is here. I will not introduce the whole planning department to you because they took the rest of the evening off, except for Kim Cole, who will ask will answer the very tough questions, but Matthew will do just fine. So with that, I hand it over to Matthew and ask him to present that item.
Thank you very much, Hans. I am going to share the screen with the presentation. There we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Buggart. I'm a relatively newer associate planner with the city's planning division. Today, we're going to be talking about proposed zoning amendments for bicycle and equipment rentals here at the city council hearing. So the recommendation to city council is to adopt proposed amendments to establish a bicycle equipment rentals use classification and allow this use as principally permitted. That is, would not require a use permit or other similar review. This recommendation would apply to the open space O zoning district, the lighthouse specific plan area, and the downtown specific plan area. For some background, in January of this year, there were 2 joint applicants who applied for these zoning amendments, which include Mark Marquez with Epicenter Cycling. This is an existing business on Lighthouse Avenue, and it has been in business for 3-4 years now or so. Joaquin Sullivan as well from Big Sur Adventures is not an existing business, but would like to be a business here in the city. Their intended location is at 401 Camino El Estero, which is the little picture in the upper right, the old visitor center. And if this location isn't feasible, they may try for the downtown specific plan area. For each of the 3 areas, the existing zoning does not allow for new bicycle equipment rental businesses. You can do retail, sell bikes. It's just the rental of equipment coming and going that is not allowed in any of these 3 areas. To provide some additional background on the hearings to date, in March of 2022, this item was brought to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission considered the ordinance, which included regular and electric bicycles. Through discussion at this hearing, there were concerns raised by the Planning Commission about higher speed electric bicycles, that is, those above 20 miles an hour. But in general, they were concerned about higher speed electric bicycles on things like the rec trail. In April 2022, the item was brought back. The Planning Commission asked for additional information on electric bicycles, and they ultimately recommended amendments that did not include class 2 or 3 electric bicycles. I'll go into these a little bit more on the following slides. Class 2 can be throttle only. You don't need to use your feet to move it forward. And class 3 has a higher top speed associated with it. So here are the 3 different types of electric bicycles. There's class 1, class 2, and class 3. I have red circles over 2 and 3 just to indicate that the current amendments don't include those 2 types of bikes. Class 1 is pedal assist. You have to be pedaling for the motor to engage. It has a maximum speed that tops out at 20 miles per hour. Class 2 bikes are pedal assist and could also be propelled through only using a throttle. So you can just sit on the bike, you don't have to pedal, throttle forward. Again, it maxes out at 20 miles per hour. And class 3 bikes are those considered higher speed. These require pedal assistance. You have to be pedaling for it to go. It's just that the engine caps out at 28 miles per hour. These different classes of bikes are dictated by state law. The state law considers class 1 and 2 to be low speed bikes, and class 3 just an electric bike that goes faster.
Before you leave that, this is Mayor Clyde.
Yeah.
And so as you said, the ordinance is not recommending class 2 bikes?
Correct, as proposed.
As proposed, okay. As an electric bike rider, mine is pedal assist, and almost all of them have a throttle on them. I don't even know of a electric bike, and I could be wrong, that is strictly class 1. And the throttle basically, when used, gives you a level 5 pedal assist. It's not any higher than you would get if you put your bike at level 5. And so that would be, we probably need to discuss that a little bit more. I don't find those the problems that we see on the rec trail in particular, when they really look like electric motorcycles go whizzing up or down. But just from the operation of a class 2 bike, the throttle is equivalent to a level 5 pedal assist. In other words, the bike's not going 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. And if someone used their bike with throttle only, their range would be vastly diminished. So was there a rationale for not including class 2 bikes?
Yes, so the class 2 bikes, it was likened at the planning commission hearing to that of a motorcycle, and just that the sensation of riding a motorcycle is fundamentally different from a bike where you don't have to put in effort.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would just tell you as one who rides a class 2 bike, that it really is a pedal assist. And under the discussion later, we have other council members and bike riders. We might want to clarify that and figure out if that's something we might want to use. A class 3 is a totally different animal. That's the electric motor scooter, as I see it, but we'll discuss that afterwards. Thank you.
Understood.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So today before you, gone over it briefly, but the proposal is for a new use classification called bicycle/equipment rentals. It would allow quote unquote regular bikes, just a regular bike, no assistance, a class 1 electric bicycle, not class 2 or 3, and associated equipment, helmets, bike gloves, etc. We needed to include that to make sure that a bicycle rental company could give people things that were safe. And that this use classification and allowance would be included in the open space district, the lighthouse specific plan, and the downtown specific plan areas. Analysis associated with these proposed amendments, it would be in compliance with and support the zoning ordinance, general plan, and specific plans of the city, promoting a pedestrian or bicycle friendly environment. It would build on the success of the recreation trail and bicycle pathways. It would develop an inventory of business activities that the city doesn't currently allow and would support those businesses. This wording is taken from various policies from these different plans. And also the active mobility value driver, in addition to the ones that Mayor Clyde had mentioned at the beginning, that it would allow more opportunities for people to bike safely and have more accessibility options. We received public comment leading up to the Planning Commission hearings. As far as I know, we did not receive new public comments for this City Council hearing. And the concerns were raised about user safety on the rec trail, that people would come in, rent bikes, wouldn't respect the local area, and ride unsafely on the rec trail, and that the types of e-bikes that could be rented as a principally permitted use may increase safety concerns, and that they really wanted a use permit process with conditions that could be placed on new bicycle rental businesses for access and whatnot. The Planning Commission responsiveness to these public comments was to limit the types of higher speed bikes that could be rented to only those that are pedal in class 1. Ultimate recommendation from Planning Commission is, and staff, is the City Council adopt the proposed bicycle rental zoning amendments as described. With that, that concludes staff's presentation to City Council. I know at least one of the applicants, I think both, are available on the line. They may have something else to add, but are ultimately here to answer any questions that may come up as well.
Good. Well, thank you for your presentation. Very succinct, and welcome to the City of Monterey. We're so glad you're in our planning department.
Thank you.
And questions from the council before we go to the public?
I have a couple questions, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Dan.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew, for your report, and welcome to the City of Monterey. It's good to see you. I'm just curious that there must have been a reason why they do not allow bike rentals in those areas to begin with. And maybe we have to have a historic lesson from the mayor, but because I wasn't happen, But is there a reason why they would not allow rentals in those areas? Just curious. Do you know, Kim?
I think when we were preparing the specific plans, there was a rental category for equipment. And as we were talking about it, like we didn't necessarily want our specific plan areas to have rental equipment. And we were thinking more about construction equipment and trying to move these areas to more of mixed use villages. And I think what we missed in the process was this opportunity for bike rentals. And so I see it as correcting sort of an omission that we made during the drafting of the documents.
Yeah, I think that's the way I see it too, is that it just was, just wasn't picked up at the time. I agree. So the second question I have is that can they rent class 2 or 3, just making sure that they don't go on the rec trail if they wanted to use it on a regular road, or just cannot?
So that is something that I failed to mention during that slide of 3 different types. Class 3s, it's not marked so much in the city, and enforcement's a whole nother question. But technically, class 3 bikes, those higher speed bikes, are not allowed on class 1 or 4 bikeways. A class 1 bikeway would be that is the recreation trail, and it's multi-use, everybody can use it. That's a class 1 bikeway. And then class 4 bikeways are the separated bike lane that's on North Fremont. It's technically class 4. So class 3s aren't allowed on those already. There is a pamphlet that is provided from our public works to the current bicycle operators, and they're supposed to know this information and tell people about it, but it's not a condition that was included in those businesses.
So basically class 3 is only allowed on public roads.
Correct.
Then, right? Okay. And then the last question I have is, I know this came up before, but I'll bring it up again. There's no rentals of motorized scooters allowed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great.
And not proposed as part of this.
Right. Okay, that was it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, great question. And anyone else, any council members' questions? All right, let's see if we could have public comment. I think if we do have some of the potential bike renter entrepreneurs, they might want to talk a little bit about class 1 and class 2 bikes, because I think that's kind of important. Again, as I said earlier, I'm not aware of any class 1 electric bikes. I think they all have throttles as far as I know, and I could be wrong. So let's open it up to the public and get some input. Anyone in the chambers who'd like to speak, Clementine?
We don't have any attendees right now in the chamber.
Okay, and how about online for public comment?
This would be the time anyone could raise their hand if they were on Zoom, if you're interested in speaking. No, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, interesting. All right, we'll close that part of the public hearing. And then again, if I like the idea, I really like the idea of some city property. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but we have some city property labeled open space that would be really good to have some kind of activity in it that's recreation oriented. So that's one of the exciting things about this proposal. So the question gets back to class 1 and class 2 bikes. From the chart that Matthew showed earlier, their maximum speed was the same. And again, I don't know if anybody knows of any class 1 electric bikes. And Alan, you're a bicyclist. Help me out with this. What are you thinking about it?
Well, I mean, I can tell you that at least the class 2s that I'm familiar with, people aren't riding them around using the throttle. You use the throttle to go from a stopped position to get moving. Typically, it's really helpful when you're at a stoplight. It allows you to get up to speed with the traffic a little bit faster, which feels a lot safer. And as you said, if you drove around with the throttle, it would last probably 10 minutes and you'd burn your battery out.
Right.
So I certainly would oppose banning class 2s For this purpose, as far as businesses go, I mean, if the businesses that are proposing this feel like they can make it work with just class ones, I mean, it doesn't really give me heartburn, although I do agree with you. I don't think a class 2, just because it's got that throttle, is any less safe than a class 1. That's my opinion,
So I know
based
you.
on my own experience.
Yes,
Mayor, I
And-
have a question about that.
sure.
And since both of you are the experts, it seems like on electric or cheater bikes, as I call them.
Hey, I was going to loan you mine too.
I've ridden bikes for a while, and is the class 2 bikes, are they throttle respondent, meaning do they stop at 20, or just the motor can't get to 20? Which one is it?
The motor cuts out at 20.
Ah, I see. So there are quite a few bikes that are on the trail now that just regular bikes that do 20. So,
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Correct.
I've seen some of those, the road bikes fly through there. So to me, it's more about the speed than it is about the throttle. So I would have to agree with you too, that I think class 2 would be okay, because I know there are some people that need a little head start at the stop sign. So I get that.
Could I provide a little bit of a different narrative, not in regards to 1 and 2, but it seems like we're casting out 3 from the get-go. And I wonder if there is an opportunity for us to allow the businesses to determine for themselves if that's something that's marketable. I imagine that they don't want their business to look bad if they have people renting out class 3 bikes and they're going out and using them on the rec trail. I imagine that they would be very good at communicating to their customers that these set of bikes over here, you are not going to be able to use this on the rec trail. So if you want to go on the rec trail, I would recommend using these. My experience from going on the rec trail has been less so tourists, and it has been more so locals being an issue, and those commuters using the rec trail. So I would hate for us to limit the free market to choose what might work best when there might be a value and a need. Who knows if we might have tourists that come in town that maybe want to do something a little bit more off the beaten path. So I just throwing that out as I wouldn't want to necessarily limit it, when to me the problem really seems to be more with local commuters as opposed to tourists.
So
Yeah, I hear that, Councilman Tyler, but my experience on the trail is probably the excessive speeders are on the class 3 bikes, because they're whipping through there at 25, 30 miles an hour, throttle only. And I don't know how, and we just can't police the rec trail. It's very concerning that we have people, scofflaws, using the rec trail on whatever kind of bike you have. It doesn't even have to be electric. So I'm hearing you, but I think because of the speed and the fact that I don't know if people who are going to get the class 3s, they're going to stay off the rec trail because the rental agency told them to do that. I'm kind of doubting it. And those are the ones I think are the most egregious out there. But I hear you. Councilmember Ed, any thoughts?
yeah, I want to clarify this ordinance. And first off, I want to say, Matthew, welcome aboard. So far, no bullet holes in you. So you're doing great.
I can't wait.
Yeah. So, pun intended. It's not, we're
Tongue in cheek. right?
well, yeah, tongue in cheek. So I just want to clarify that as I read this ordinance, we're not restricting class 1, 2, or 3 from the rental business. We're just restricting the use of 2 and 3 on the rec trail.
It is the first one. We are directing the businesses of what they can rent. So if a business came in, let's say that it was adopted and we were only allowing regular and class 1 bikes.
Okay.
Then if there was a operator out there renting class 2 or 3, that would be in effect illegal. However, when it comes to riding on the rec trail, that's a whole nother story about what's allowed or not allowed enforcement.
Right. Okay. So I just, when you read through and you look at the whereas, I'm looking for things, the use permit or the user shall not, may not, cannot, I'm not seeing that language. So I'm looking for a little more forceful language that says exactly what a rental bike location would be permitted to rent. So we might clean some of that up with our action tonight and through the agenda. But I can see how this could be confusing unless we're crystal clear on our action and we make the connection between the recognition of the dangers on the rec trail as we know it, and we've all gotten those comments. We've talked to people and they've all told us speed is a problem in portions of the rec trail, and there's no way that our public safety can be always on the spot to catch them. So if we presume we have two rental locations, one uptown, one in Cannery Row, and they are both actively renting bicycles. I heard Tyler talk about free market. And then the other side of this coin is we're trying to regulate activity on the rec trail. Well, how best to do that, which is don't make the hazardous vehicles available for anywhere in the region. So I would buy that. But what happens if a visitor comes to Uptown and they stop and they go to 401 El Estero and their intention is to rent a bicycle that's class 3 because they're going to go to Fort Ord? They have no intention, but they're going to go somewhere else. Aren't we then depriving someone else of having an opportunity to see the rest of Monterey County renting an activity from a Monterey merchant where the merchant is advising them and restricting them and telling them, and we probably need to upgrade our signage. But I kind of have a problem with us saying that we're so restrictive that they can't rent something and take it elsewhere and use that class 3 on the road. So I'd like to know the evidence from the Planning Commission. What was the vote on the Planning Commission? And when the Planning Commission was reporting this, was there concern that they want to limit the class 3 because they believe that the problem is so egregious on the rec trail?
So I may be able to provide.
What did they say?
So we had 2 public hearings on this, and staff initially recommended principally permitted class 1 through 3 bikes. That was our recommendations going into that first hearing. We received, I believe, 2 public comments that I remember. One from Michelle Knight and the other one from the owner of Adventures by the rental company down there, requesting use permit review of all establishments and really expressing concerns about electric bikes on the recreation trail. They currently rent electric bikes, but they thought it needed to be regulated. So the Planning Commission listened to all of that and asked us to come back with more information at the second hearing about the classifications of electric bikes. And as their conversation evolved, I saw them having a really hard time separating the recreation trail safety from the rental of the bikes. And we were trying as a staff, and I think I even used the analogy, you may rent a car in the city of Monterey, but whether or not you choose to speed and which streets you go on is a separate issue. And they didn't, I don't think they agreed with that analogy, if you will. And so they recommended what they thought was the safest for I think the Monterey Bay Recreation Trail, which was that class 2 and 3 bikes, even though class 2 are allowed under state law, they were more conservative than that. And so as proposed, the ordinance would take away the opportunity for rental of bikes to go to Fort Ord in I ride a class 3 bike and I ride at Fort Ord. So it's, it'll just take away that opportunity for the rental of the bikes.
Can I just add?
those
Yeah.
types.
If I could just add to Ed's comments, I'm thinking of a lot of millennials, Generation Zers, people that are maybe here on a business trip that are wanting to get from their hotel to maybe the conference center. I don't want us to limit the opportunity for alternative modes of transportation, which goes into greenhouse gas emissions, because we're not providing those alternative methods because we're concerned about what we see currently on the rec trail, which is, again, what I see as more of commuters as opposed to tourists. So it's, I get the concern with the safety and I want to be very mindful of that. Ivan and I walk Sasha every day on the rec trail and I see people flying by, but it's usually the same people. I usually see the same people flying by with their class 3 bikes. And if it's not regulated, if that's what we want to focus on, I think that's a separate discussion. But I would hate for us to limit the opportunities here for the businesses, which I imagine that they would receive the negative press, the negative flack associated with the rental of a class 3 and continual safety issues. I think that they would be very mindful of that in their business practices.
I think it makes me think we have other bicycle rental businesses in town. Are they regulated at all, Kim, with respect to class 1, 2s, and 3s?
I'm not Kim, but they are not.
Okay. Well, I knew that, Matthew, but Kim has been answering questions too. So, boy,
Give me your.
we're going to have to. Hey, Ed, I liked your idea. I think Matthew should go back and rewrite this whole ordinance, don't you?
Mayor, Mr. Mayor.
Anyway, Matthew,
so
thank you.
the-
So that's a good answer. Yeah, and as you're pointing out so eloquently, we're not telling car rental companies you can only rent Ford Escorts and you can't rent Camrys and you can't rent Jaguars, et cetera. So how far do we want to go on this? Alan, go ahead, please. Councilmember Alan.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that I don't think there's anywhere you can't get on a class 2 bike. I've biked out to, I literally biked out to Fort Ord and back on a class 2 bike. So it's not like people need a class 3 bike.
Right.
I also believe, and I could be wrong, that class 3 bikes are illegal at Fort Ord. At least that's what I've heard.
Oh.
So I guess I would need a little bit of information and clarification. I don't believe that they're legal at Fort Ord.
Mayor, if I can make a comment. Thank you, Alan.
Sure.
So I think this is all boiling down to whether we allow class 3 on our rec trails. I mean, I know.
We don't.
But I know we don't, folks. I know. Let me dodge the bullet. The reason I say that is that the one location, 230 Lighthouse Avenue, is almost, about 25 feet from the rec trail. So if someone rents a class 3 bike, they'll have to go on Lighthouse, around Lighthouse Curve to get to Pacific Street.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're going to do that. I think they're just going to take the bike, go down to the rec trail and on the rec trail. So for me, if we don't allow class 3 bikes on the rec trail, why would you rent a class 3 bike right next to the rec trail? That doesn't make sense to me.
I think some people just put the rented bikes on their car.
Yeah.
That's why you're a lawyer. That's
Well, I'll
probably,
tell you,
that's
if they paid about $7,000 to $10,000 for the electric bike, they put it on the car. If they paid less than that, those things weigh 65 or 70 pounds. I can tell you that. They're not popping those back on their car. Take it from me from experience. I still have a sore shoulder.
I'm going to make a motion and see where this goes, that
Sure.
we approve the ordinance, but change the permitted use from class 1 to class 1 and class 2.
I'll second.
Okay. And you know what? We did this on when we were looking at ADUs, where we did pass the first reading of the ordinance, and then we asked our really amazing staff to come back with a little more analysis. And it could be, I would support this motion, and we could ask our staff to talk or have the bicycle operators come in get a real good explanation of class 1, 2, and 3 in case we wanted to add class 3 during the second reading. That worked earlier this afternoon, and I think I would like to see that, and I might go ahead with class 3 on second reading.
Mayor, did we say that the companies were on the call? Are they on the Zoom?
Matthew thought they were, but evidently nobody was that we know of.
I spoke to them earlier today and they said they would be here. If they're not, then I will assume, yeah, I don't know what to say.
I just can't see if anybody's on. I can't see the.
No.
I would like.
I want to, Mayor, can we acknowledge our city manager? He's been trying to get in with a comment.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So all the bicycle rental companies that are renting out bikes right now up and down Pacific Grove and Monterey are self-policing, so to speak. They are just renting out level 1 and 2 bikes. So it appears to me that this is within their business scope, and they feel okay with not having bike 3s to rent out, because again, it would be a violation with respect to the recreation trail. The other concern that I just wanted to share with you is from my perspective as receiving complaints about the trail. I just want us to be mindful about that there were efforts in the past to get the bikes removed from the trail, just because there is a perception by the public about safety issues. And as such, we need to be very mindful about what we allow as additional traffic on the trail. Last but not least, I think one other concern that comes to mind is that you, Mr. Mayor, and Ellen are experienced e-bikers. However, even experienced e-bikers may have accidents. If you come as a tourist into town and you have never driven a bike, let alone an e-bike, class 3 might be not the thing you want to start with. You know, it's like going to a BMW instead of using a smaller, I don't know, Honda or something. Of course, I have to preference BMW.
Yes, got it.
Maybe like driving a race car when you're not a trained race car driver.
Exactly.
You get some.
Well, I think we've had an excellent discussion. We do have a motion and a second to pass the ordinance with the addition of class 2 bikes being permitted, and to ask our staff to come back with more information during the second reading about the class, the different classes, pros and cons.
Mayor, if I could just make one last comment here, and I can support the motion for the sake of us moving forward here, but what I keep hearing, and I think what's driving the reason why we're moving in this direction of being more restrictive, is the fear around safety on the rec trail. And I think that's a legitimate concern. I don't want to discount that. But again, I think the safety factor that I see is more with local commuters. And so as I understand it, there are some plans in the city to create more bike paths. And I think the more that we can support and fund those efforts and initiatives, I think the better. I think Lower Presidio might be a good alternative for local commuters going to not North Fremont. Why am I forgetting? New Monterey.
Lighthouse? New Monterey, yeah.
So I just think that there's some opportunity here, and I'm just plugging it in here as we're having this conversation, because I think that a need for us to focus on creating a more walkable, bikeable community, and we're not going to do that by creating more restrictions around these alternative modes of transportation.
Thank you. I agree with you. And it would be good to know when this comes back for second reading, as our city manager pointed out, if any of the existing bike rental places are renting class 3s. It sounds like they are not. So we can find that out too. And
Mayor?
yeah,
This is Smith. I think, yes, I would support the motion with minor modifications if it comes back, but I think the language, this is an opportunity for us to say something like Class 3 shall not be allowed, is restricted, and is subject to full enforcement. I just think that there's an opportunity to declare the enforcement piece through this piece of legislation that clearly defines what our statement is. If it's a Class 1, Class 2, we ought to shout out Class 3 is strictly restricted and shall not be used on the rec trail. So take an opportunity to get that out there. Number 2, we also have issues with skateboarders. So skateboarders on the rec trail are permitted, but I think that there's an opportunity to see, okay, if they're personally powered, fine, but there are some gyro, quiet motors, lots of other alternatives with skateboards. So so one with one wheel where you stand on it. Yeah, one wheel. And so there's lots of variations of designs that, do we need to come back and add that too? Because if we're having problems on the rec trail that is involving, other modes of traffic. So I think it's an opportunity that maybe we look for higher level of restriction for some of the other bizarre vehicles where you see somebody is leaning in and out like they're surfing and they're going 18, 20 miles an hour in and out of people on a modified skateboard. So I just want to say that it's not just the Class 3 we're concerned about. We also should be looking at what do we do about the skateboarders that are with an opportunity for technology, different modes of travel, and causing a problem on the rec trail.
thank you.
Or we put a police officer every block with a citation, or we put cameras out, and we know we're not going to.
I have to say it, Ed, skateboard's not a crime.
Is there a sticker of
joke.
such? Is there a sticker? Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. Well, everything can be a crime depending on what the user is doing with it. But Matthew, I know it's a complicated issue and we're all over the place, but I think that it's a big deal on the rec trail. And if we represent safety and we put restrictions out to tell people what's permitted, I think we do our community a good statement.
Yep, I like it. Okay. So we have a motion, a second. Let's do roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes,
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
And that's a yes for me too. As a final word, if I'm using my throttle, I cannot get up my street without pedaling. And that's one straight block. And you could not get up Jefferson Street, Franklin Street, Mar Vista with the throttle. It's not a scooter, Class 2s. So, yeah.
Can't cheat. You have to walk.
I do say that I bike up without a motor every day on my bike. That hill in Old Town.
Yeah, but you live down in the flat part.
I live next to High Street.
I know.
Yeah.
That's funny.
right.
That's right.
Well, I just like to say, be careful of impeding the flow of traffic as you go uphill.
Yeah.
Because that can be illegal too.
That's funny. All right, let's go to council comments.
I guess I'll start, Mayor.
Sure, please.
On Saturday, I attended the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce Awards Dinner. And the reason I went, besides representing the city of Monterey, was Deneen Gus, who is the superintendent of Monterey County Office of Education, received the Public Official of the Year award. I worked with Deneen for quite a few years, and she's just a wonderful person and a great educator, and MCOE is very, very lucky to have her as a superintendent. So congratulations to Deneen. The second item is that I know that the business associations have talked, or at least a couple of times talked about the trolley and the bid promotion budget. And I just wanted to let you know and I'm sure some of you have already heard by yourself that I've been contacted by quite a few business representatives about those two items. And it's not a time to talk about it, just so you know that I've been approached on it. And the last one, as you know, I sit on the Monterey Regional Waste Management District. This is a heads up that in our last meeting, there was a proposed 7% fee increase across the board for haulers, and we approved it. Most of that is based on to keep pace with the cost of the ongoing regulation mandate SB 1383, which is organic waste collection. So what does that mean to the city of Monterey? The franchise, it would probably be an increase of 1.5 to 2% for our residents, which is about 50 cents. And that's, and it may not happen at all. Our hauler may decide not to pass that on to the residents. But I just wanted to give you a heads up on that, on the proposed fee increase. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Other council members? Councilmember Allen, anything? Yes. Councilmember
Yeah.
Allen.
I wanted to share something with staff and with our community who may be watching.
Mhm.
My wife and I, as we've been walking, have been basically documenting the litter that we pick up through a program called literati.org, LITTERATI. So it's like litter ATI, literati.org. It's an app you can download to your phone. And as you pick up trash while you're walking your community, you take a picture of the trash, and then you upload that to this website where they document the exact location of every piece of trash is found and what kind of trash it is. And you might be wondering how that could benefit the community. But aside from the obvious, just picking up trash, it could help us better understand where different types of trash are originating and develop policy that could help mitigate it. So just anecdotally in our walks, we've found actually over 50% of the trash we're finding is cigarette butts.
Wow.
And you tend to find them clustered together. And you tend to find them in certain types of locations. Could that lead to a policy where we require folks to have containers, to capture that? It's really bad. A lot of times they're right there by the gutter, where they will no doubt eventually wash into the sewer and then possibly into the ocean. So anyway, literati.org. If you just want to help out, the whole idea is lots of us documenting where and what kind of litter is out there helps us better understand patterns of litter and maybe develop policies. I think our staff may be interested in looking at the data as well.
Good. Thank you for sharing that. Councilmember Tyler?
Yeah, so just kind of echoing the sentiment of events this past weekend, there was a conflict with what was the event that you?
Monterey Peninsula Chamber.
The chamber event. And then there was also the NAACP banquet that I was able to attend, and nothing super exciting to report out of there other than it's an exciting opportunity for us to get back out in the community and be developing these relationships in person with folks that we haven't seen in years. It's just can't explain how important it is for us to continue to foster these relationships and how it plays a role and an effect on the policy decisions that we make here. So super excited to report that I was able to go on behalf of the city to the NAACP banquet. And then just in regards to Monterey One Water, so I'll share two things. The first is we had sent a couple of letters out, and one of them was to Monterey One Water regarding water issues with the State Water Resources Control Board. And staff with Monterey One Water broke up the letter to that agency in two parts. And the first part really focused on the the availability, kind of requesting a detailed availability of water supply, and when we could expect that allocation. And so with that first question, staff really felt uncomfortable saying really specifics around there, because we do see that it's tied with the State Water Resources Control Board push. But there was an agreement that we could provide some kind of timeframes in regards to when we expect things to get done with the expansion project. And then the second question was the request for M1W to pass a resolution requesting that the State Water Resources Control Board immediately lift the cease and desist order. And the board really didn't feel comfortable with that. And actually I supported that, us not doing that, because I don't think it is Monterey One Water's place. Monterey One Water has relationships with the State Water Resources Control Board, and we have a lot going on with the state on a lot of projects that we're working on. And we didn't really want to muddy the waters with this whole issue with the cease and desist order and the work that we're trying to do with wastewater treatment and the critical role that we play within our community. So that letter should be coming back. I don't know if it's been received yet by staff, but I'm sure we'll all get that. I just kind of wanted to share that with the public. And then the last thing I wanted to share is we've hired some consultants to help us with federal, state, and local legislative advocacy efforts. And so, I was hoping that we could find a way of having them be the hub for all the municipalities, because one of the things that they were sharing is there's a lot of funding out there, particularly at the federal level, but a lot of it is not eligible for regional bodies. It's only available for local governments. So I asked if it was something that they could work with all the city managers, and they were really hesitant to open their apparatus too far. But I've had a conversation with Hans, and they did say if your city wants to talk to us about things and get a perspective, that that's definitely something that they'd be willing to do. So I think we'll work through Hans on trying to get that to happen, to see if shake the tree here a little bit and see if there's anything more that we haven't already captured, to see if there's any other opportunities coming down here since they've invested in this. I think it's a good opportunity for us to leverage that. So lots of good stuff happening. That's it for me.
Oh, good. A lot going on. Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, thank you very much. Today I had the privilege of teaching a class at CSUMB at the Alumni Building, and just wanted to shout out to the Monterey County Hospitality Association that hosted the class. And it's just really fun to be on the campus, to be able to, look back of having been at, Fort Ord when it was a military base, and go back out and see CSUMB and see how the students are, coming back. So it was just a privilege to be there among 20 or so students and members of the Monterey County Hospitality Association for the training. A little bit of news from the Transportation Authority of Monterey County. We took action to recognize an application that was the historic handrail car application. It was here for last summer. Many of you participated in that. There was quite a bit of news about that in Marina. They came back around to see if they could do that again on a temporary basis. So as long as it does not interfere with the MST branch line of the future as it's going through its EIR. There's a second application for that process from Mendocino, or vendor, I should say. Mendocino County has a hand car or handrail company, and they also are interested in doing something on the old rail. So we made a decision at the Transportation Authority Board to invite the city of Marina to take the lead on deciding which one of those vendors might come for a temporary basis. So we're waiting for staff from the city of Marina to work through that process. So we're looking forward to possibly seeing that come back during the summer months as an alternative activity. And they had considerable numbers. I think it was close to 10,000 visitors to that. over the summer, very popular for Marina and very much desired for the city of Marina to see it return. Today in the Herald, there was news about the OCO Theater. If you read that, you might have been a little confused by, reading it, and I'm confused as well as walking by a building that's been empty for a very, very long time. But I think it's probably worth us watching as it goes. Obviously, we have a lease, we own the property, but they have 28 years remaining. So just as a public statement, what we know from the Herald article today, because the city of Monterey is not the building leaseholder. But we look forward to seeing how that might mature and see the buildings that are retail and the theater be occupied in some way, manner, or shape. So I also have had a lot of contact with folks that have called on the budget related things, not to repeat everything that Mr. Albert did, but I totally agree. We'll be facing some of those things in our budget process, trolley car and business association contributions. So we look forward to working through the budget process. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, but just as I've said before, I'm not the only one that knows this, but we're still financially recovering, and we lost $32 million, and we only got about $6 million from the state, where many other cities got much more money for recovery. So our budget process will be exceedingly important this time around, and look forward to the process and appreciate all the information the city manager gives us in our updates. And want to acknowledge also the police department just this last couple of weeks made a significant announcement due to the arrest of the person that was responsible for the homicide downtown on Alvarado. So I don't know that that's been stated, but significant police work. And I want to acknowledge the fact that our local police department, working with many other partners, did what they do best, which is catch bad guys and support and help victims and their families when victims of something like this is a horrific homicide. I know how much time they take and they spend with the family supporting the family in that loss, but much appreciated the capture of that suspect responsible for the gruesome homicide that occurred. And that's all.
All right, thank you. And very good topics. As the mayor's representative to the Water Management District, and let me see, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut. Okay, let's go back to this one. So as the mayor's representative, it was appointed by the region's mayors to serve on the water board. And so just a brief summary of our last meeting, which pertains to the city of Monterey. As you know, during the pandemic, restaurants were allowed to have outdoor seating without having to get additional water credits. And that policy has been extended for 1 year. And so the outside seating that was created by the pandemic can continue without any water repercussions for the restaurants. And as it turned out, there hasn't been any increase of water use. People are simply choosing to eat outside versus inside. So I thought that was really a kind of an interesting thing. Then secondly, there is SB 1157 was passed by the Senate. And this is something I didn't know. So right now, there is a statewide water conservation standard. And currently, I believe it's 55 gallons per day per person statewide on interior water use. So this bill would reduce it to 47 gallons a day until 2030, then 42 gallons a day after 2030. So that's a bill that's now in the Assembly. And it's very interesting that some of it needs to be shaken out. As you know, we all have one water meter. So how do we know what's used inside and what's used outside? And this bill is aimed at interior water use. Now, supposedly there is some kind of formula that the state's going to work out to figure that out. And that would actually be a requirement for all the water districts. Now, I don't think it's going to impact our water district because I am absolutely positively sure that the Monterey Peninsula, with its water conservation efforts, is already below 42 gallons per day per person interior use, without question. But you look at Southern California, and they're happily watering streets and lawns and carrying on and sucking up the Colorado River and the state and federal supplies. So it's really going to impact those folks down there. But we'll see. I'll let you know how that bill goes. And as usual, the state uses a big broad brush, and one rule applies to everybody without understanding. There are a lot of us, Santa Cruz included, we're way beyond that interior water use. So that's just something, a heads up of what's going on in the water world. And there is something else going on about wells. And I'll have to get back to you on that one because it's a moving target. And so, city manager reports.
No reports from the city manager.
All right, well, then it looks like we're ready to adjourn. As always, thank you, public, staff, and council for another invigorating, interesting meeting. And you might see me traveling up Franklin Street, non-throttle one of these days, without using my motor, passing up everybody. No, I'm just kidding. Have a great evening, y'all.
Good night.